And hello, Jesus Christ. Sorry, sort of going nuts. And yes, no green screen. I am actually now in a state where I actually like how my room looks. And there's no mess. And there's stuff in the background. So there's not going to be a green screen for a bit. There's going to be moments where there is, but for now, no. Dandy! Anime! How's it going? Where did I leave off? No. That's not where I left off. It's right here, right? Part 3. Episode 5. The Old Bailey. Oh no! Oh right, we were in a recess. Okay. Yeah. We're good. We're in a recess. Got it. Yeah, no, definitely. We're definitely good. 12:28. Yeah, no. I think? I'm not sure. 12:41. 12:28. Is that where I'm at? No, I think we're here. Or something like that. I don't know. I stayed up all night. What? Oh no, we're definitely okay. That's fine. This is definitely okay. You stayed up all night? DJ Max news? You could have just slept early. We got big news. What's the big news? Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? Hold on. There we go. Bam. What's been going on? Okay, so for those that don't know, I'm basically trying to make sure that she doesn't go to jail and gets executed. She is assumed to be a killer, but we've been going through tons and tons of loops and hurdles just trying to make sure that she doesn't get get guilty. What's the big news, anime? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? Oh, thank God, we're gonna go through, like, little catch-ups here and there, because it's been a bit. You mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't think I'm an innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Runo's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. Lay it on me. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? If you check Discord, we get a new collab with Nexon. It's coming in October with 21 tracks, and V Extension 2 coming 2022. We'll have 20 tracks. That's not enough tracks, but okay. There will be more news later about the extension. So, is this all going to be only on PC? After 100,000,000 gajillion misstreams, I finally got to 1. Eggs! How you doing, my man? How have you been? It's been a minute. It has been a while. It has been a while. Biggie! How you doing? Let me see. Yes, I remember. School bad. School bad? Oh, it'd be that way. Hi, Big. After that, I just couldn't go to sleep. So I slipped down and went down the street to the 2-to-1. Oh, we actually get background story. Cool. This is actually a perfect place to start. Howdy. To Windibank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I've been good. Just school, life, mental health, but I am much, much better now. Nice, Eggs. It's been a while. I still remember you telling me what's been going on with, you know, love life and all that crap. You left an impression. So I was just like, wonder where he's been. I always remember the names, and I always wait for the time that you come back. It doesn't matter whether you go for long on a hiatus, I still remember. I still have a lot of stream moments here, so it's pretty hard to forget. I don't know what it's about or nothing. Remembering's hard. Remembering is hard, but I remember the names. I still don't remember birthdays, but I remember the moments. My memory is goldfish levels. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what you don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windibank for Safe Kitten. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windibank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! Yeah, I remember that. I've been moving on, and my depression has gotten better. I feel like now I can safely say I am much more happy now. I am very, very happy to hear that. I am very proud of you for getting beyond that, and really glad you're here, my man. I nearly died, I did, and next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The manuscript. Have you got it here? Does Sholmes ever leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon. The Hound of the something or another. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I think that last stream I was here for a Yakuza stream, and dame yo. You got the idea. 100%. That's definitely the Yakuza stream. I think that was it could have been Yakuza 4, 5, or 6. It could have been any of the Yakuza streams, but that was like October, December-ish. That's when the stream was still going back then. We're still doing Yakuza stuff. It's not really Yakuza, but it's Judgment. We're gonna be playing that tonight, and we're gonna be doing the Dame Dame stuff, and we're gonna be playing the sequel later around this week, this week or next week. But right now we're beating the Great Ace Attorney, which is probably one of the greatest, funniest little novel I've ever read. Okay, from what I can see, V Extensions 2 maybe for PS4, but not the collab due to the lack of workforce and time, so I guess it's hard for them to add more content on PS4. Ah, fine, I guess I will play it on PC. Yeah, it was around December or January the last time I was here. That's definitely the right time. So far, I think at that time I didn't have a job, so I have a job now. And that's why it's sometimes the streams is so infrequent, is because I've been working, and on top of working and yes, work! I know, right? On top of working and juggling with friends, it's been very hard to stream here and there, and sometimes there are even hiatuses where I'm gone for like 2 weeks and 2 weeks and a half. Money time, exactly. So it's like I haven't been able to really be here all the time, but when I am, I'm always like pumped. And now I got my dresser. There we go, where I get to display all my arcade sticks and all my stuff over the past year. This is all stuff that's been collecting for a year now, and it's been really rad. I've been really happy about all the stuff that I've gotten. There's a collection of physical cases over there that I will be fixing up for this year. For I think, yeah, this year. A lot of stuff is gonna be added on to that dresser for a good while. It's gonna be great. I'm really, really excited on what's gonna be going on. That was a stream. That was a stream. Yeah, no, we made a whole. We streamed making the dresser, and it was great. It was really good. He really is gonna get a stream of money. I wish. This man got a job. This man will get the money. Freaking, it's the money. It's the friendships that I made along the way, and yeah, it's been a good journey. It's been a good journey. From January to now, it's been a big difference. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see its ear, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? It's the BlazBlue we played along the way. That's you. That's you. Freaking, I do gotta play BlazBlue, but it's been hard to play fighting games. I think I'm back on a little bit of the fighting game hiatus. I haven't had the feeling of pressing buttons yet. And I don't want to force that. I want to force that out. I might be in the mood for it next week. It's in the realm of possibility. It's always around pressing buttons. When I mean pressing buttons, I mean pressing buttons. And I got a new arcade stick that I'm gonna be getting very soon. This is a heavy son of a gun. Love this guy. Beat me up, Dandy! Freaking you wish. But there's gonna be a new arcade stick that I'm gonna get. And it's gonna be around in 2 months, I believe. Like November. Yeah. I'm gonna be getting a new arcade stick in November. Because it's a new version of this one. And I wanna get the box of the new version. And I wanna switch around with these two. It's literally the same type. They have like the same kind of model, but it's like in a different aesthetic. And there's another arcade stick I want to get for February, cause it's a Victrix, and that Victrix has a touchpad for the PS4. I might get that first. I'm not sure, cause one's $150, and the other one is like $400. I might get the expensive one first, and then get the $150 one. See what I can do there. Or get both. I actually have a credit card, so I might be able to get both. Press them buttons. Yes, very nice. Guess you could say it really is a heavy-duty control. I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it, and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? She's not gonna shoot. So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The Manta script. Sholmes were in line after all. You did all that just to check for me, Jenny? Anyway, then there was this bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Shulkin brothers arriving the scene, yeah? Mm-hmm. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Yeah, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out to the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it and shut it lock as quick as you like. So if no buttons, what about... What? Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab to the old Cole's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got better look at him... funny lightning boy game. Funny lightning boy game? What funny lightning boy game? But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. Oh, Gunvolt. That's later. When Gunvolt 3 comes through. I think I'm gonna get the physical version for Gunvolt 2. Yeah, no, I'm gonna get the physical version for Gunvolt 3. I'm definitely looking forward to that. I should have gotten Blaster Master 3. You know what? There's gonna be an indie month, and I think November is going to be indie month, where I play all indie games. What about Luminous Avenger IX2? Is that a thing? I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. Yeah, that's a thing? There's a trailer? I'm gonna look into that later. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old Cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? I remember it comes out in January? I don't remember. Good. Then that means November is the perfect time for, like, indie titles. Because I have a lot of indie games that I never played, and I want to sort of go through them. So November will be indie month. All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Runo's about to put the real culprit through the mill. Also got Curse of the Moon 2. You see, that's why I want to do Indie Month, because I want to play Bloodstain. I wanted to get Curse of the Moon really badly. And I never even beat Bloodstain itself. That cove, what was there in the afternoon? That Eggert Benedict? I think they're on sale still, aren't they? Maybe. I already have all of them. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nadaodo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a pack of lies. And you got the bug trotter off with them, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh? I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook, or for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure no one would believe it wasn't me who done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes you in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the work, the rest. Game stop! Dude, it's the emotion. I was so happy. I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I'm not crying, you're crying, I am crying, and you're crying. Somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diva and a no-good liar, you're not like McGilden. I know that. Hey? That's right. You're our friend, Jenny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, Oh, she's crying. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Cue the boss music. It's coming. It's happening. 17th April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Alright, here we go. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zieks, have you successfully sub-opened to the witness? The sub-peona, that's a new word, was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. What? But it's real! But it's legit! Huh. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. Go, Iris! Shoot him! My lord! The sub-peona witness has just arrived in the building. Ah! The Dio. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Egbert Benedict. I'm going to say Egbert, I swear to Christmas. It's like coming out, and I don't mean it to. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Aha! Egbert. Egbert. Thank you for complying with the court sub-peona at such short notice, sir. Oh, yeah. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation. For the court, for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon, I both work at London's Central Communication Station. Oh yeah, Egbert is the fake name. Egbert. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all of this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Yes, I was. Something to do with the murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street? And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question? That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know? Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. And there he goes. Gladly, my lord, gladly. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time, but are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Yeah, no, that's the whole... Of course. Such scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of the most inept assembly of jurors today. Oh, really? By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon's any longer than necessary. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So... Huh? I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Cross-examination. Hold it! Let's read this out. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place in the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Egbert Benedict, I believe. Attention. Tell me, why did you... Okay. The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. MJ? Wait, what? Oh, Michael Jackson? He's under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious! Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. What? So he's going to be evasive, is he, in an effort not to give anything away? Yeah. Whoo! This could be tricky. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place of the night of the murder? No intentions, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Okay, you know, that's the biggest thing. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. And it was yours. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholm's chemical is able to differentiate different blood by... Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholm's character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say the great detective. Yes, Vanzies, I understand. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Excuse me. What do you have to say? Great detective. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Yeah, what? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin! Eh? God blimey, Governor. You what? Isn't that the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Yeah, me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. Thoughts? What? Sounds hard. A little bit, yeah. If he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and, Oh, L's bells! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord, eh? Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Brain massive. Super brain. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. Show the blood. Show the blood. He has it. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court an official to examine your arms, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links to me on these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Tackle him, 100%, now. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery. Beat him up, 100%, I agree. That's the right. I love that emote so fucking much. Where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added in Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Oh shit, we got evidence. We got the evidence. 100%. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Hold it! Slam that evidence on the table. Wait. Never had anything to do with it. We got the truth bullet evidence. Yeah, truth bullet. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
Bullshit! No, you were there to redeem an article.
Is
I
that
have
right?
no idea what you're talking about. He was there too.
Excuse me.
Oh, there's too many witnesses. There's too many witnesses. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Well, yes. I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. But what's going on here? Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windibanks? Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman picture bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. It is. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he was going to say on the matter? What do you think, Brunel? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he has nothing to do with Mr. Windibanks. And we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. First of all, he was there for the music. He was going after the disc.
Objection!
It worked! Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? Yes, this disc was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated the numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. Yes, it was. I've never seen that disc before in my life. You're the one that had it in your hands. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Oh yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. So you admit it. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? He's lying through his teeth. It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about the disc now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's going to be a lot of dilly-dallying. There's a note on the disc saying Miss for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. No, yes you do. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who was burned? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? You killed him. Yes, that's correct. You killed him. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Miss Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. There's a note on this saying McGilded. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right, this is the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. What do you have to say about that?
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Inspector?
Well, what do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Second time, Gregson, what are you doing? What are you hiding? Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. Iris, it's up to you. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zieks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have a great faith in you, Inspector. The
bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zieks here.
Hold on, guys. I think it's time to light a match. And light the candles. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Yes, but we need answers. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Shall we? Gradually, my lord. There we go. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop at later that same night. Birthday? Nah. Lighting candles. That's all. I literally have a strawberry la creme candle, and it smells amazing. One second here. I think this has something to do with this. Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of his photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what's in the front and what's the reverse side now. I don't think that's what's important. It's what it says. Because there's two of this. One with the blood and one with not the blood. I think...
Objection!
This was deposited at Windibank's on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, that this was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night.
Objection!
Wait a minute. It's not that night. Sorry, my learned friend. Oh, but that's not true! What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibank's. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. The backstab! And the music! There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, isn't it? The mad lad. What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness made a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, the Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
Oh? It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Oh? Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zieks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. Oh no, the backstab of the backstab. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibanks received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information of this ticket, the gilded small box has been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. He just gave me the answer. But that's his reason. That is his reason to get the box. That is exactly the reason. Now what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. But it could have been taken between that hour, the half hour. And then here we are with another print. This was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. And 2 pictures I need to compare now. What? There has to be something out of place. Something. There is! Right there! The brown box! On the right! Right there! If you see the camera by the monogram, there's 2 shifts in items. Nothing else shifts but that one item on the right. It's on the bottom right. Okay. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one of the possible motives in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. It has! So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? No, they have not. Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. Yes, the number is present, but not what's in the box. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. No, we're fine! We're fine! I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilda's pawn box, it was tampered! Oh, don't you start dancing. I have another trip on my sleeve. I might have been able to break him down at least. You know what, Runa? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. They are not. What? So, counsel, in the light of evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment, but it has. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? No. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy? Piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to give something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify the discrepancy between the 2 prints? There! Take that! I'd like to use this that was off the box! It was on the floor the entire time! To view the 2 prints stereoscopically. Ooh, yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Runa. Let's put the pictures together. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now, look through the eyepiece. Perfect. That box. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between the two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. Right there,
Take
buddy. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. Even at first he hated using that, and now he's like, oh! By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes! The very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. I believe that this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside the box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. You wait. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Deeks. Ooh, bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Yes. Yes. Yes! It's all coming together. It's all happening. Lord Van Deeks, you cannot stop this lad. We will get our evidence. We will get the truth. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Deeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. You're hiding something from me, Van Deeks, and I'm not liking it. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. Oh, he's salty. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You're lying to me. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilda was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbroker. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument.
Oh, he did it.
To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizens could have.
Well, counsel,
Is your argument in fact demonstrable?
are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well, what's the matter, Runa? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital piece of evidence. Of course, you and I both know that. We know McGilda's true character, and we know that this is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information, and that's what Van Zieks want. No. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury, which is a crime in of itself. But Jenny, could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? He knew. But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry?
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Runa? Sooner or later, the truth comes out every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that Miss Gilda deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain it to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
If it's the truth that has to come out, then it has to be testified.
My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
What proposal, counsel?
Don't they?
Have the right? They have the right. While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box,
I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
the defendant.
To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Then we go in. Well, well. Things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standings, and indeed your own. I have. He wants me to admit it. Lord Van Zieks, will you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. The truth, everything needs to come out. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, But please put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. Get wrecked. You're not leaving. You're not going anywhere. Alright, Gina. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are, again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Mr. Lestrade whose testimonies brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings. Mr. Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Lestrade. This is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face the facts. You have little credibility to lose. That is true. Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Runo now. She's right. Iris? We're on your side. Believe in me. I'll believe in you. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. Got class. See you guys later. Later, Biggie. We'll be here all day. It's a double whammy today. It's this, it's Ace Attorney, and then Judgment tonight. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawn articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zieg said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out of the under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that bear on the roof deck went off to call the slaps. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce? Was all lies? That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket? Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. You're wrong! The lot of ya! Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug! I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man's ass scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Enough! Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequence are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. Hold it! And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying or not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder, and it started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that the disc on the floor.
I know what they're doing. I need to press hold it to everyone. This is the truth. So we have to be we have to describe everything as possible.
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilda picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to that at the time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one, about the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started to ask me loads of questions, like what my name was, and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed.
That's right. First there was a kind of a rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over me head, and that bear of the roof deck went off to call the slop.
Hold it! There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed that cove with the knife in its guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilda got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified at the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did McGilda and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout.
Hold it! We're almost at the end.
That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the drivers gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the exertion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind and he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Ventis.
McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy. When McGilda flashed some brass in his face, he went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me to not snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Wait a minute.
What are they talking about? What's happening here? I just noticed like his back was turned and I'm like, what? Why is his back turned? He's talking with the... What's going on here? That's it. And there was one of the things he said, which was, he told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, Why on earth would Mr. McGilden have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilden had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runa. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial is over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. Okay, so that's what I exactly needed to do. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes! Yes, I didn't even... I noticed it right before. That is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Is there anything I could do about it? What can I do about it?
Hold it!
One sec.
Excuse me!
Guys! Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson, Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Wah! Blimey! You trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? What, this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with this shady gent over here? Yes, you have been whispering to him the entire time. And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But you're conspiring together. What is this? But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Benziques, do you know? Thank you, Mr. Strahd. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. What? I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place at the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc, however matters, did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilda was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. Twice she said that. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilden 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Are we at the end? Are we reaching? To be continued. Oh, fucking Christ, man! How much longer? Go. We should be at the end. This is the final case. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is the final part. The last part. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilden 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilden's disc, deposited at Windibank's at much at the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilden's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilden? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. Overruled! No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Stop this! This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now. You can't stop it! Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays. Please play the disc. That's not a song. That's not a song at all. This is Morse code. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Greedon? This really is priceless. He knows what it says. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? No. Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent it to fetch it and it didn't drop on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on! Come on! Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. It's 100% a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how? How could it be? It's an abomination, Council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I believe. But there's something bothering me. While Graydon stands there, chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Haha. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like earlier, Runa.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. You've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo. I've just examined the music box thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. So it's meant to take a single note. Alright, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Come on. Something's just struck me, Runa. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one the music box makes. It's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is in fact not music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... It's not the blood samples. It's not the manuscripts. Case notes? Victim found deceased. That's not it either. There's something with this. There's a sensational story lower down on the front page as we look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communications between the Morse Code! And its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runa? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. It would be, and it could explain why he has Gregsy running from the pillar to the post at the moment. Is this? Is it this?
Because it has nothing to do with any of this. Not even the disc, I believe.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pig Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. Wait. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input please! Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? Have you not been paying attention? You told the court before you worked at the same communications station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes! We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? I knew it. I knew she would. You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code! I called it! But I'll believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Yes. Yes. Yes! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this? Treason, and what is capital punishment? Those sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever sold that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got to the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. Response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being the most flagitious, I think it's that, offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious of a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then let's proceed. You may... What? You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the three Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. So you admit, if we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Both of you two just admitted. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Well, Mr. Odu, Governor, what's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premise illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did. Quieten it down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be straight up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Okay. Not suspicious. Not suspicious at all. Not suspicious. Oh my Christ. No, not at all. Hell no. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit into the court record as evidence. Alright, I wanted to see this one. So let's mess around with the box, shall we? What is this? Oh, what is it, Runa? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on, then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right, then. Here goes. So, look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does this mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? I think so, and it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had 2 discs, they would both play... There was 2 discs! Play back at the same time. There was 2 discs! Who'd have thought that there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one. It must. Except that the length of the teeth on the 2 combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement that can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play 2 notes. See how for Mr. McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks? It couldn't be more of a perfect fit. So there's no question then that this was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. This doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to the music box that meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all of its secrets yet. Well, that's what this is about now. Let's press this. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. But why is the same officer that's in your job saying that's Morse code? Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. Thank you. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. This is B. That's going to be hard. So it's short tone, long tone is A, and then short tone, long tone? But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you can only hear one tone, don't you? Yes, because of the fact that there's no long or short. But it sounds so familiar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. As your assertion is fundamentally flawed, this is not Morse code. No! Really? You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there be something I haven't considered? Would it be really impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friends, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only one tone, could have been used to cipher a secret message into Morse code? Well, when you do this, I've already read that. I didn't know I had to do it again.
Got it!
Right there. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. God. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. May I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, that he was not the one in the omnibus with McGelded 2 months ago, striking a deal over disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, and nothing whatsoever to do with it. But what if he were? Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has such promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case should be here somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runa. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. We're close, man. We're very close. This is a long trial! It was some low brickmaker negotiated by Mr. McGilder. Look, all we did was break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do. So who's the he? Who is this he? Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a nada after all them years, but the water had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's in old China.
Excuse me.
What do you have to say, buddy? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Hey? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Oh, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now, in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from a poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery run. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Oh, blimey. Ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it. My lord! Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detailed. Briefly, I hasten to ask. Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Gore. Them were the days.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to locals, that's what it was. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. Legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And was it just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Alright, I thought of... Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Objection.
I don't... You wait right there! Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, is the old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? Oh, but Ash will always be Milverton to us. Oh, Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not, this is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. What did you say? All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to making us headway with the cross-examination here could be these two brothers. Which is why we have the statement we have now. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Wait. Oh! Mason Milverton, that's the dad! The brickmaker! Oh my god! Hold the fuck up! Low-class brickmaker.
Objection!
You have every relation to the man! Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. It means everything to you. No, I don't think that's a real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, Counsel. I have here the notes of the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, you fucking killed him. You got revenge. The victim, the man who we now know, who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Excuse me. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, if you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah! Really? The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father Mr. Mason Milverton in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes. Stealing information being sent in the secret government communications and selling it to Mr. McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall in the wrong hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ha! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Sholm's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's the bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Gregson! Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Oh no, it's just thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is... well, we now know that the bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. and the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We must rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you!
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? As you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station.
I knew it! Yo tasting!
But did the thought never cross your mind?
What's happening? Okay. So, let's talk about this. Alright?
Let's look through the court records. So obviously, Gina is the one that's accused. She's the one that everybody thought she shot this big guy. But no. It was these two and him. They robbed his pawn shop, and he was involved. We're trying to see if we can find out the facts that not only was he there to shoot the guy, there were 3 shots. And we're trying to find out if that was him. This was the 3rd shot that grazed his arm, and now the blood is seeping from his coat, and we got him just on the ropes right now. But the thought never crossed your mind. Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see. Oh, and not only that, government secrets were being spread across. Ministry mode, classified secrets that may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. So there's governmental secrets being transferred through Morse code. That's what this disc is. Morse code. And it's used in this little music box. We don't know what the code means yet, but that's more reason where we called him out. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
What? So he's like a spy or something. He's like a triple agent.
Order, order, order! We also just found his origins. Remember the old man? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Shit, I don't have the pictures. But the first case with the old man, where he killed, where this guy, where is he? Fuck, I don't have examples. So, Mr. McGilded, the guy that we saved, who was supposed to be guilty, he was the one buying it. He was buying all the government secrets.
Oh, he killed the professor?
No. He was actually a part, the guy that was murdered in the cart. That was his dad. That was his father. The Milverton. Where is this case? I can swear I have it. This. The victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen, which is Mason Milverton. The one that was burned alive? Yes! McGilded, the one that was burned alive, he killed this guy in the cart beforehand. And now I finally understand the motive. He was burned alive because of him, because of this dude, because of the rich dude, because of this guy. He was the one that killed him. He was 100%. He has an alibi. He has a reason to kill McGilded. To keep quiet, exactly. It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. One more testimony? Is this the last one? You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment of the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. There's still a lot. I think we have over 2 hours of still things to go through. I believe. I'm pretty sure. It's insane. There's so much to do. There's so much to do. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Alright? The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain on my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee safely. Well, I'm having cake. Man, I need food. I don't have any money to order, but I need to go out and buy food. And I'm stuck here, starving. I haven't eaten all day, so I have to wait. Shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Man, sad. I know. I'm gonna be getting food when I'm done with this, and then I'm gonna go on break, and we're gonna start judgment from there. Good gracious, this is quite an extraordinary testimony. But you claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. It's also Melty Blood time tomorrow. I'm not gonna get Melty Blood day one, fellas. I can't. I don't have the money. But I will buy it next week. Next week on the 8th. Well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? It was. Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. And I have the evidence. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission... Oh! We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh! Help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. There it is. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord! The defense objects to test the proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Deeks, make it so at once. You may find blood, but you're not going to find whose blood. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord! Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. While these ruffians were jesting with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop, when Windibank threw Nash over the counter. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. The accused in black coat shot the man in the back, as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splat over the girl. Wait, that's bullshit, yeah. She never tossed the gun. She had the gun in her hand.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun through the peephole? She didn't work with you. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? There was I was there! That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? That doesn't make any sense. I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried of just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. No, because she had a gun. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance that with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? What the fuck? Why does he dance like that? Jojo, that's why.
Excuse me!
You wanna talk, guys? Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me a whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Little Sunshine. Didn't you mention the third gun when you get down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming people at the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. I don't know, yeah? Yeah, God blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say, done. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. You give him money. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What you feeling, Runa? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. I see it! But you have to find a way to break this man. I do, quickly too. Because once they discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing, it's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood splatter on Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank, so what's going on? All I know is that's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine, Hurley's, wasn't? The detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that, I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. And I have to find it before the prosecution discovers a bloodstain on Gina's coat. Huh. Do I... Wait a minute. Blood. But that's the other thing. What can I do?
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the people. I saw her clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's not right. It's Mr. Mason's Milverton's blood from when McGilda stabbed him 2 months ago. So annoying. If they only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Hold on. Hold on. Is there a way... Hold on. Let's go through a little bit of the dialogue. Was it by chance with the second disc on your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing. After all, you can't even show the court such discs exist, can you? I saw 2 discs. He won't admit to anything unless I thrust the evidence in his face.
Excuse me!
What's going on here? Something wrong, Inspector? Inspector Gregson! I can't be here. I haven't got the time to stand around in the bloomin' stand. Oh? I need to get back to the yard. Who knows what's kicking off while I'm swanning around here. Are you referring to the emergency you've been talking about since yesterday? I've been talking about anything of the sort. That's a top secret assignment, that is. Says the detective at full volume in the courtroom with the public gallery. Well, well. Anyway, the point is, you need to get this trial over and done with as quickly as possible. Nothing. I think I might have to press on every statement. Mr. Windibanks emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like the violence. We're Queen. You weren't there! Tasting! Her father got sick, and she had to go back home. She needed to go back home. And so we had one last goodbye on the last stream and cried. And we have a suspicion that Ryunosuke actually likes her, has feelings for her, and it was the most endearing, cutest thing I've ever seen. No! Oh! Shit, you scared me! I thought she died! No! No, no. He would have been way depressed. He would have been way more depressed. He would not even be here. No, she just left. She's gone. She's not here. She's back in Japan. She had to leave us. Which is fair. This is the one who carries the gun. Well, that's cute. That is cute. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to do the shop? I was in Dory, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for the Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. Yes. I was trying to help him. Help me, little bruv. But the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. I have to be close. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scapa. The pair of you setting upon the Board Defense's pawnbroker together, shame on you. One sec. I'm trying to find the answer. Here, because I believe I'm done. I should be done. Ah, yeah, there it is. Okay, let's see. Oh, there's something I'm not looking at. Okay, wait. Let me see here. This. So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Which tells us that the only single shot has been fired from it. Hold on. Yeah, this is where I need help. Exactly, the bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked in through Windibank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. Yes. on, I'm looking to see what's going on here because I've already said what I have to say. I don't know what else.
Hold it!
This right here though. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job. Hello there, good sir. I see you're having a good day in trial, so what conundrum did I miss? A lot. A lot! A lot, Dark Arrow. How you doing? There's too much! But we're trying to essentially get her off of being guilty. She's not guilty. She's accused. He's the guilty guy right here. Ashley Graydon. I'm trying to understand, like, where is the answer for this trial? Because it's literally, I literally just got it. Hold on. I think I'm almost there. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's supposed to happen. Uh-huh. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Got it. But there's a small opening in about the head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Exactly! Exactly! And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on strike to the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? You pursued the man, shot the man in the back. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've clearly established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
No! But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Aha! It has happened. That's what I was waiting for. My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood of the accused's coat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. It's not the splat. It did not spatter. As he dances. See? What did I tell you? No! The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton, so the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak, isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned you for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bully disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Perosky to Starving Boy, and he ran away crying. What was that? What is that? How does that relate? Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah! My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. No. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
It would appear, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may take at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. I don't believe it after I've come so far.
How's it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some irregularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined by not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Ow! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? As well as I would be had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Also, guys, he got shot. He was in the hospital for like a few days. He was actually shot, but survived by the luck. That is where Mr. Sholmes got shot, and the bullet saved him just by a smidgen. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Vendix?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Haven't spent so long already. Exactly, haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Ah! Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. It was Sholmes. He's back and dressed. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Ah! Alright. I'm all wrong. I got shot. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible then. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of a sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right, modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. It's by the queen. It's by the girl. A lavender photoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato! Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are won't do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. I feel like we're getting a last cross-examination. We are not done. we're not done. There's a long road ahead of us. I think we're gonna be finishing this by 8 or 10. I don't think we're gonna be playing Judgment today. I should have streamed earlier, because this is a long case. A leaving present from Mr. Sato-san? Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made! Ah!
The doors! The cat flap-o-mat! Something like that! Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flap-o-mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? Oh no. We're reliving. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, though. Susato-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night, but why? Yes. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider summation examination. But any attempts to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruto? Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests a summation examination. Now it's come to this. My only chance to appeal the jurors and try to change their minds. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What of Mr. Sato's gracious gesture? What would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste? Final piece of... This is not a time of inaction. This is a time to hear from a witness. But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point. I don't think that's what Holy means, Reno. What? Have you forgotten where we are in the trial? Ah! If the defense has nothing more to add, I think we should proceed with... Wait! For the cross-examination.
Objection.
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection.
Wait! The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of the existing witnesses. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Ah. Thank you, officer. Very well. Reaper. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. So nobody can say anything now. If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination with Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I will remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit any unrelenting protraction of those proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. What? A single chance of
to present evidence? If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witnesses any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. What? Well then, Mr. Naruto, it's high time. I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands! Mr. Sholmes! Man down! Take it to the hospital! Fuck! To stand so... The fuck? He had a bullet. He actually does have a wound, and he's not ready to stand. So he stood for too long and is now unconscious. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such a high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. Both. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Ooh, boy. Something about the peephole. Hold on. Something about the peephole. And the cat flapomat. It makes holes. Hold on. Let me see something here. Is there any more evidence or... Look! Look at that! At 1:30 and 1 a.m. There was nothing there! There was nothing there at all! It was made! How did he make a peephole? Nani? Indeed! Nani indeed!
Objection!
You! What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? It's my cat Flappleman, my lord. It makes way for cats to go in and out. Got him! It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. I was like, wait a minute. Okay. I don't remember I have never checked the door from time frames. So I'm like, wait. Cat flaps. Peephole. I got the pictures. Let's look at the pictures. Bam! Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. It does! Because I have more evidence! Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Oh no, it gets better. I'ma fucking call you out. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Oh, don't you worry there, Judge. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we've arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibanks had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. We were there last night. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door, and I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. It was ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much as my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, can I say what you mean? Alright, it's time. It's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, that door had no hole in it to look through. No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was? Yes. It was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is the most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. But it was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, you can turn and dance but can't moonwalk or nor plank. Ooh, anime. Anime, you've been in the stream for too long. That's a good fucking line right there. It becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Oh, I see what he did there. That was a pun. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. No. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Gah. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies! Huh. Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid it's not, sir. Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second! Aha! I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner! You see, I just made that door now. Well... Ah! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey! One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey! I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people on the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. I can! No, but it's easy. What? That cat flaps my cat flapomat creates all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Winterbanks are an exact match. Ugh! Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. Freaking, they're saying all this shit. I already have the thing to throw all this down. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of the argument, let us assume that the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Don't worry, what is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device, but now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, I need to learn to breathe between sentences. because that's why I'm yawning so much, because I'm running out of air. My learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Deeks. Well, counsel? Don't give up now, Runa. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present the evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door or window bank storeroom was created after the event and not before. Your Honor!
Take that!
It's right here. What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotowa, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Bless and preach it louder. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof of this photographic print, counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. More to the point, it pictures a storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This is really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole in any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies! And it begins. Order. I am satisfied with that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know now, beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. She's not in here, though. She's in Japan. You can't mess with her there. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more Lord Van Deeks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. How? And I was shot in the arm. It's true, but that's all. Your smile is disgusting. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. But the right as it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runa? As Hurley always says, one line begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the courts, but the lies you told makes no sense. Makes no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court and explain this alleged inconsistency? Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about. Namely, The bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... And you just caught it. In the what? The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people on the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The people on the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in shifts so we can get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known about the people on the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence, I pulled a muscle, forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Oof, there we go. And yet the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people on the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zieks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You should have known about the existence of that people. Shouldn't have known. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details of the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is this person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Oh, this pains me to say this, but because of how shady they have been together the entire case. Gregson, how could you? How could you?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
Me? You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station, and until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. that he would have had to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progression that he received the information so that he could permit perjury in order to save his own skin? We literally just saw them. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Gregson, I fucking loved you. I believed in you. You dare do this? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Oh, I've just remembered something, Runa. Where's Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Guinea was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony! I remember finding it strange at the time. 100%. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Oh, and now you're using that to save your hide? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind that then it starts to make sense. What deal, Counsel? Is that D of the Andy variety? Yes, it's the dandy variety, and we are calling out Gregson. I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details, how's class, Biggie? About the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not to remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness. Be calling someone out what's new. Class is good. Freaking yes, but it was the inspector! Gregson, the one with the chips! Of all people! And glad to hear the class was good. Would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Objection!
You're an inspector! I am inspecting his crimes! It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusation is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. With the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of this witness in turn? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. But they're both very mad. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. And that was the disc that he has been grasping for the entire case. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes, it's a missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. That was your hint. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains that the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? He has been trying to take this disc the entire case. Inspector Gregson! Besides this murder, is it not true that you have been working on another very important case? Also, I think I'm gonna have to cancel Judgment today and keep playing this. This is a long case. What are you getting at now, Sunshine? I was not ready for this to be like a super long case, but it is a super long case. Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the mystery of justice. How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Winterbanks by Magnus McGilded
A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilda's possessions are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the disc containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little You didn't like me because you knew I was going to find the truth. You didn't like me because you knew I was going to call you out. You didn't like me because I was going to find out. On the day of the incident, when we met you in Windibanks, you said this: I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of the government secrets. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence of the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. Your food is getting stale, Inspector. What? 100%. What's that supposed to mean, eh? Yo, this song slaps? It do. As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once! Definitely! They could have only struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately! Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. I will keep insulting you. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegations against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it, but somehow, something is not right. Something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Kanto, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Is it a final time, or final time? Or is it final time? Or is it final? Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Search someone else. I'm gonna go one step ahead. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Or is this to be continued? I'ma get upset. And I'm going to be aggressively upset. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then.
Objection!
Oh no, the confidence is lacking. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? And he's getting mad. We're on the right track. I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me, because you have nothing. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're completely irrational, says the irrational person. Be quiet, all of you. Oh, Iris? Runo's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Ooh, Runo. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next witness. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in the court today, I'm fairly sure that I know. Remember when he was shaking the green dude? He freaking changed it. He hit it there. It's him. It's him. I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc. At the moment, there's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request to this search now? It's this dude! It's Nash!
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin! Well, I never. Hey, blimey? Me? Him? He shook him really hard out of nowhere. Very well, then bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Wait! Please, my lord. He knows. It's true. Inspector, Scotland Yard has to object to this search. No!
Objection!
Search him now! Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution have the defense. And the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zieks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now hold on, Amo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord. In the witness's pockets. I found this. The second discs. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. There's the second music box disc, left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not Inspector Gregson? Ah! You lied to me.
Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you say to yourself? What have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that. This, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. So I just found out that Fortnite just added their first anime character in the game, and it was Naruto. Cool. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. He was shaking him! Ah! It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance that the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. And then that was happening. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Cool. Kenny Caballero 2021. Oh yeah. Yeah, he did it all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got no clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, a whistle, like that, and started shaking me. Why the places didn't you mention the third gun when you got down the station? That's what he said. You had down me ear hole, you did. Me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hit it? You... Stop lying! But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? Yeah, Gregson? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were to recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen from the confidential government communications. It would seem if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? Does it now? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in courts, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean he only pretended to attack Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Stop lying. We have you red-handed in the corner. Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon! Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. No. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the government. All of it is this young Eastern man's fantasy. I have no idea what any of it is about. You... What? What about you, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best of interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So as members of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be guiding light whenever you're making your decisions. This is quite the conundrum. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, this is the ending of a trial and it's lasting this long! Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Final leaning? This is it? Well now, as a servant of a queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, currently in the presence of an idol. The detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. And if they declare the decision now, is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole some government secrets. Ow. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented into the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Reno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? Graydon's not gonna say anything. Gregson is close. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What is that then? We get to use the music box discs. If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witnesses here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Can I? 100%. No. So we present it.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. This time. Oh, I knew he was going to say this time. Only this time. With the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. It begins! Goodness, this disc, counsel?
Hold it!
No! No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why! Stop lying to me! Not true, Inspector! The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were a part of the Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine! We're talking about state secrets here!
If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with a witness? You're mad. I will blackmail you. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot! Then admit it!
Objection!
Ooh! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continued to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Bagsy, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
No! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. Man, this is going nuts! It's going in now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppets. Oh! In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense stance here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's requests, the court will now listen to The Music Box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Finally. Listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. And guys, with this, we made it to the finale. We've done it. Our boy has grown up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson, before we do that. Alright, I admit it! Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut the blooming box up! Okay. Alright. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, the witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused for murder. You were going to be okay with that? Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness' perjury? I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself now? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a serious crime. Namely, this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You. Traitor! Gregson! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Yo! That's it then. It's all over. Did it? I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth. It is Dio. It's 100%. That's why he's designed that way. It's Dio, to a 10th degree. Born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. Oh, Christ! My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had has never spent on me. So I set about study to better myself, to one day escape from the hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. This little poppycock. You're a fiend with a square talent. So you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you needs to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that would generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you become, huh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box sticks to be made.
Music box discs, huh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell in the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box playing for them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas, which is like 10,000, something like that. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. Whoa. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must have been involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's ways of dealings with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded, and that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. And then I got him away scot-free. It was only then I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? That's where the fire came from. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all of his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from the start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into the hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background up to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago, so I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in his courtroom, to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. You burned him alive. That tragic accident following the trial were 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man? Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not an inconvenience, sir. There are some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc. My father had taken to exchange with Miss Gilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly, it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye, young man. What's this? Windibank's pawnbroker? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposit there for ye. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in the pawn for ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know? Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken the steps to hide the discs, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father. He must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. That when we first met you at Windibank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork of the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went into Windibank's to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the 1 disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box. Hydrate, got you. It's been a long trial, man. But this is the end. But the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of the fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd pick up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Stretch? You're right. I need to stand up. Inspector, you recovered fast. Yeah, he did. And hydrate. I already hydrated, but I'll definitely need to stand up. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possession and examined whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night, 100%. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. Yes. Which he regrets immensely. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. Oh. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles, so you're the one that moved it. The second disc was inside? Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Ah. No hesitation. A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain on my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Shot him back. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I didn't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. He fled already? And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened on Winterbanks on that wretched night. Finally got him. Earlier you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. We got him, boys. 100%. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. I am tired! However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson. No shit, oh my god. What of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing it so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Got it up, squadron, standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. We are done. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court. The actual final choice.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yes! It has finally ended! Ah!
Though to be continued, I would legit cry. That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Bruno, you managed to do it! Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if you'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right, you're the best lawyer in the world. Mr. Strahd, I'm not finished with you yet. Yeah? What are you looking at me for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening, she also has to be tried again. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. A toast to me? To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much so... I'm scared now. Am I wrong? So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Why didn't you say that before? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code at all? Uh-oh. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired by Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Mr. Strahd. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, frickin' bribery, a grim catalog of depravity. The appalling experience to befall on any child. Come on, there ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Strahd, never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windabank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Thank you. Sweet grace, bless you. Oh my Christ. And she shoots with the fireworks. She shoots the fireworks and confetti. Woo! Oh! God! That is all. Court is adjourned. I can sleep. I can sleep. I can sleep with actual... Oh, shit. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grind to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendships and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I'd hoped to look into the eye of the man I once knew and try to understand. The man you once knew? You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Which is why we have the sequel? Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Woo! So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. It keeps delivering every time. It's not ending. We're not ending, boys. We're just not ending at all. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Who wants? I'm gonna go like take a little tease dive to the second game. Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nadaoda. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, see? Get the promise, I mean, properly. It's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. And I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. It's Sherlock. That's fucking Sherlock. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! I already see in his hair. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling! Mr. Sholmes! Yes, it was me all along, you see. Sholmes, you... Attention, whore. I'd assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. But I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctors who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough with my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justify reward, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you? Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have been indeed feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but you know, a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Oh my god! And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. And exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Am upstairs? Oh, am upstairs. You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what our people are like on the inside. He won't have to get the wrong end of the stick. There are some clothes like that, Bog Trotter. What a rotten to the core. And at the end of the day, I am upstairs, make sure they got what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his host hand and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strahd. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gene. Well, There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Fucking Christ. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made other fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. Oof. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Aww. I'll be careful. Aww. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the Bogart Traveler's stuff. What was in the log? Blah 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 blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket as the main offense. But diming ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking. All this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? No, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Let me see the tears. Nothing. Let me see the tears. Come on. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, man. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Even though she won, she lost. Well, looks like I'm off then. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. I don't like this. Otto? Yes? Wait, don't do this to me. What? Whoa. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so I'm gonna shoot you. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. An occasion such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's a good advice, Ginny. Right. I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Oh... Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Damn, yo. What happens? Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable prick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets, innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. We already talked about this. Alright, then maybe let's start with the good news first this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Damn it, Iris! Well, that is good news indeed. I don't care about these good news. We can journey back in greater comfort, I guess. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover has been delayed by a day or... Queen? Queen here? Wait a minute! Is Susanto here? Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately... Run! Run now! Go! We may still make it in time to wave Susie off! But there won't be a train, surely. We wouldn't be that lucky. Yes, we can! Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. Now I need to go out and get something to eat. I'm definitely going to be ending the stream just with this. I don't think it would be right to end the game and then straight go to judgment. This is a good way to stop stream. I don't... The Great Detective does it again? Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria! I want this animated. Please be animated. Please be animated. Please be animated. It's not animated. I'm so pissed. The background's animated, but not the animated. That took someone longer than I had expected. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mr. Sato, where are you? Over there! Look! It looks like she's reading something. What? Hold it! Wait! Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing? What? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were delayed due to the bad weather, you see? I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? You were never gonna come back. Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to the law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Yes, we all had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us this little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the Flapomat, so I put it up in my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself at Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think that door. Started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang mine. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the Cap Flapomat to make the people in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first importance that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magus McGilden. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would be a way to see beyond the door. Ah! For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't have made a difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made a peephole to anyone? Not even to the police? I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Oh. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of the responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade. Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets. Please be animated. Please be animated. Damn it. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedoms has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind. So. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I am full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh? It wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see? A telegraph operator.
and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then, when we could have hoped to understand the message anyway. We could never have hoped to understand the message. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Uh-oh. A. So, Asagi. What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. It is. Wait, Iris, what did you say? Oh, I just said Asagi. Does that word mean anything to you? Means something. Asagi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. She just transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't have been written down out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. What? But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. Is it in Japanese? That is in English, at least. It's in Japanese! It suddenly occurred to me, you see? There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. What are you saying? That's right, I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asagi? I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see them? Misato, do you know it? The Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Nice! Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version too? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message now! Of course. But what can this mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Sudato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asagi, Kazuma Asagi. Why is his name there? The second is A. Shin. Shin. I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Godagusen. The students! Gregson! It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing on the secret government communications as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. What is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Is it Sholmes? Is it Iris? Is it Lestrade? The last name... Wilson? J. Wilson? What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? He died. He died in the first case. It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. No. Is it time to tell her the truth? Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine, and the Imperial Yume University, but we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. The ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. Man, they keep adding the suspense leading to the second game. It's just so much. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change on a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mr. Sata. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mr. Sato, I had hoped you had always stayed at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruto, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruto. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Boria, when I was dragged out from the wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember correctly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy, Mr. Sata. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No. I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Oh no. Oh no, is this... Oh no, is this a... Animation! I was asking for this! Please!
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Man. Oh? Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Come on, after all of that, I was just ready for the credits, man. No, Queen, don't leave us. She has to go. It's for her dad. Yes, Mr. Schultz? I have some rather awkward news. Oh, come on, man. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. What does that mean? Huh? It's caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at the stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything. How it was all your fault. What? What? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But that's a word, my dear fellow. What? According to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. What? What? Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. What? He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous, see? What? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say...
Objection!
Objection! Ah! It has ended! Yes! Thank you, Shu Takumi! Oh, my Jesus. What an adventure. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for a sale with used by Dr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consultant detective work, buys a pittance by comparison. They're giving us the what happens after. What are they doing now? I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. Aww. Oh, gotta thank Kitagawa for the freaking soundtrack. Jesus Christ, this music is beautiful. Oh God. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know, sir. Knows his father is an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar? Go away. Ah! I know. Witnesses. My courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Shinsuke Kodama. Oh, Hasanaga wasn't here for a while. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I have laid low. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. Saseki! I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wakahai's offspring refugee in my pocket. A man brings some kids on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair! Yorjiro Ikara, Atsushi Jodai. God damn, I love Saseki. He's the one with the over-exaggerated poses. I'm scared of you. Scientific investigation will be... Well, I missed out. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. I feel like he's going... Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. He's going to be, like, in trial in the next game. 100% going to be in trial. He's gonna be guilty of something. I'm gonna find out. The latest Rand magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Go. How many games are on the Great... Just 2. Ah, her ladyship's soothes the name. There's only 2 games. It's the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and the Chronicles is just 2 games. For $40, it's great. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Pog, 100%. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dignity. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of house is his own maid. It's on the Switch, it's on the PS4, it's on Steam, it's on Xbox, it's in everywhere you can imagine. I would definitely pick the Switch version, but I bought the PS4 version for the theme. My Rolly's back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for the Londoners, their dropped pennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly, I hate them so much. I do like the guy, though. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. Oh, man. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them. Oh. I hope that she becomes the next Herlock Sholmes. Instead of Herlock Sholmes, it's Gina. I definitely would love to see her as a detective. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets, please. Give over, bruv! That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton to Skulkins and Skulkins. The three Muskewatsets. Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. I'm proud of you. I'm glad it all worked out. To some degree. Now, there's one more character left. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Oh, Queen. Also, Sato. It's the group! That's amazing! Oh, stop! Stop. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was beautiful. Are we not done? Is it still not over? Oh my god! You get so much! Oh. Oh, they're walking throughout their adventures, their moments together. It's the credits. What a special game. Oh yeah, the bird girl. Forgot about her. Where like the goose is alive. All the adventures. Man. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to go through this game. There's a lot to dig into. There's a lot to read. This took so many fucking streams. That's where his adventure end. And from here he's on his own. that's where she joined the journey. What? Oh, but there's the sword beside him now. Yeah, you better. Keep her by the side. Man, this is so cute. It's actually just... Ugh. It's very telling. 'Cause it's telling you what happened. It's telling you the whole story, how it went, who we met along the way. And who was with us along the way too. This is the first day. That slimy skis ball. And now Sholmes joins the party. Oh, this is too precious. Oh, she needs to be in the part of the group now. 100%. Get in here. Yeah! Oh, you. A thorn on my side all the way. I want him to walk. I want him to walk with us. He's been through the entire ride. It would have been so funny. It was all for you, Gina. Oh no, she's gonna shoot. Me and the boys on our way to play the second game. Hey, yeah, let's go! The entire crew is here right now. This took a long time. This took a really long time to port over here. I'm really glad. Oh, wow. Oh, Capcom. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, that's an amazing portrait! Oh my god! No way! Oh, that's unfair. And you get... Stop it! Hot damn, yo! What? What will it take? Oh, that's sick. Oh, but the outfits are only available in the second game. Oh my god, these are all Iris's dresses. No. Turn that off. No. 100%. Okay, so there's a lot of episodes. There's extra episodes. So it's not even just the games. This is all DLC that was probably in Japan only. Oh no, wait. No, these are new, these are different episodes. Is it? some short extra episodes. Yeah, short extras. Can we look at this? Can we actually look at this? I'm curious. It has the boy in here.
これより逆転裁判15年を振り返る特別法廷を開廷します。
That was
弁護側、
15 years?
検察側とも準備はよろしいで
the
すか
defense
な
and prosecution ready to proceed.
準備以前に
I'd be more ready
どこですか？
if I had a clue where I was.
大審院大日本帝国の法廷です。いわゆる明治時代の
いわゆる
それって
Oh my god!
もしかしてご先祖様とかいる
Prologue read mode. I would
もっ
love
と
that.
驚こうよ迷いちゃん。
どうやら時空がねじれたようです。あまり気にしないことです。
Is this a
それでは
trailer?
検察側はいかがですかな。準備の方は。
Yes, it
なん
is!
というか僕弁護士なのですけど。
今日はいろいろな都合でそちらに立っていただきます。
何やら大人の都合のほのかな香りがいたしますね。
失礼ですけどケンジさん、あなたはどなたですか？妙に親近感があるような。
What?
確かに僕も同じことを考えていま
Because
す。
they're ancestors.
なんというかとても他人とは思えないというか。
それではせっかくなのでお互い自己紹介を願いましょうか。
Wait!
僕は弁護士の
なるほど龍之介であります。
That is
なるほど
amazing.
お兄様では何しろギザギザが
Ryunosuke
多
has
いです
Rex's
から。
voice! Rex?
生き別れ
God,
の
no.
兄にはあいにく覚えがありません。
Oh god, no.
聞いたことがあるぞ。
I'm
僕の
glad
先祖に龍之介
he
と
was
い
in a
う
better
名前
role.
の弁護士がいるって。
じゃあおじいさんは
僕のご先祖様？
今さりげなくおじいさん呼ばわりでございましたね。
なんだか妙に老け込んだ気分です。
やっぱりそういうことだったんだ。お隣のあなたは私のご先祖様なんですね。おしとやかで凛としててまさに理想のご先祖様。子孫の綾里迷いです。私は法務助手の御言葉すさとでございますが。
This is amazing. They have
完全に
two
赤の
two different
他人だったね。
versions of the games here.
なんだろうこの強烈ながっかり感。なんだか申し訳ございません。せっかくですから
How?
この際綾里家の先祖になってください。綾里すさと確かに語呂は良いかと存じますが。
At least
人類
Sato has
史上
Mio's voice as
かつて
well.
ない不条理なお願いをさ
That
れ
is
ましたね。
insane.
スサトさん。
That is insanity.
語呂はいいのにな。綾里すさと。
本日は逆転裁判15周年の
The 15th
1年間を
anniversary of
振り返るものとします。
Actual Queen, yes!
15周年
God
です
damn
か
it.
ええ、2001年
The very
初
first
代
Ace
逆
Attorney was
転裁
released
判が
back in
誕生。
2001.
それを記念してこの1年いろいろやってきましたね。
Oh, this is
そうそう
adorable.
今年の1月にはでっかいイベントをやったり15周年特別法廷あれは楽しかったよね。
ああ、15年という時の重さをみんなと噛みしめたってね。
There was a special trial?
一言よろしいでしょうか。
何ですか？
時の重さをかみしめる記念であるのならばまずなるほど様の生誕100年以上こそ祝うべきではございませんか。
100年以上
やめましょう佐藤さん。時が重すぎて床が抜けます。
いやはや、まさに人生の先輩。ありがたやありがたや。
拝まれてしまいましたね。
気軽に明治を振り回すのは控えた方が良さそうです。
それに去年は舞台をやったり、ついに
Yes,
テレ
you
ビア
have
ニメにも
you
なった
have
り
made an
ね。
anime, and I've been watching that anime for a
私たち
real
も毎
for
週
a
お
long time.
楽しみだ
Season
ったよ
2
ね。
is really good. Season 3 is fantastic.
テレビ？
They don't know what TV is.
アニメ？
They don't know what anime is.
一体何のことか。一から説明してもらおうじゃありませんか。
Anime?
100年の壁は分厚いみたいだな。やっぱり。
あと今年はあれもありましたね。オーケストラコンサート。
There was a concert?
9年ぶりだったそうです。
9年分の感動があったよね。私泣いちゃったもん。
I'm gonna look up that concert.
オーケストラ？
Oh, god damn it.
コンサート？
Oh my Christ.
ああ、交響楽団の演奏会ですか。
Oh,
そ
okay,
れな
cool.
ら先祖でもわかりますね。
ベートーベン様、モーツァルト様、バッハ様。ああ、素敵でございます。
Also, Tato and Pira have
全
different,
く読めないけど、
different VA.
納
Oh,
得
thank
してくれ
god.
たみたいだ。
この頃の何でも漢字で書いちまえって風潮、何だったんだろうね。
確かにね。シェイクスピアがサオーだっけ。
So,
じゃあ、なるほど君は
Ryunosuke is
差し金
definitely
な
like
る
stuff.
おだね。
沖縄やね。
Damn, I had to support my
こ
boy
っ
by
ちも
playing
老け込んだ
Xenoblade
気
2
分にな
now.
るよ。
Son of a bitch.
そしてつい先日8月3日のことでしたね。
On the third?
大日本帝国国民待望の大逆転裁判
あ
2、ついに発売。
Ooh, my favorite song.
ありがとうございます。
いやー、僕たちもしっかり遊ばせてもらいましたよ。
私だってすっかり感動しちゃったもん。
あ、そうだね。
This is more voice acting than I'm used to.
すべての謎が今解き明かされましたからね。
This is just a build up to 2?
あれ、どうかしましたか？
その一言がこの数年強烈な重圧だったもので。
ご先祖様の方にもいろいろあったのでございます。
何しろ全てはご先祖から始まったわけです。いやはや、ありがたやありがたや。
意義あり。お
Objection.
言葉ですが、裁判長のただいまの発言は完全に矛盾しています。
Oh my god.
何ですと？
なんです
ど
か？
ういうことですか？
実はさっきからずっと気になっていたんですけど、ご先祖様、ある種やけに滑らかに動いてますよね。
意義あり。
そうかな。
ほら、それです。
確かに。なるほどくん。
Oh my god.
机を叩くのにパカパカ
Look at these graphics. There's only 2
ちなみに
frames.
意義ありはどんな感じですか？
意義あり。意義あり。さすがにそれは嘘でしょう。
とにかくこのパカパカっぷり、僕としては
I'm loving
こっち
this.
こそが先祖であり元祖の気分です。
反論できない。
Oh my god.
お互いが先祖であり、そして元祖である。
This has been fantastic.
それは時空がねじれるのも無理はございませんね。
それではそろそろ閉廷の時間です。
それで
How long is this?
僕たちどうやって帰ればいいのですか？21世紀に。
That's the right question.
明治の街をブラブラして時間を潰すというのはいかがでしょう。
大帝都東京は華やかですから、100年なんてあっという間ですよ。
He's gonna grow old. At that.
どうやらなんとしてもあの一言を僕に言わせる流れみたいですね。
Oh my god.
おお、先祖と元祖、夢の共演だ。
No.
それでは逆転裁判のさらなる発展を祈って皆様もご一緒に。せーの。
マヨンちゃん止めて時代は回るきっとそういう
What
ことで
comes
すね
around comes around.
それではまたどこか
Hold on, hold on, Dark Arrow. We're looking at something so beautiful. Oh my Christ. Oh my God. That was amazing. That was amazing. That was the best. This is the best. This fucking game has just so much personality. So much love. Alright. I think it's time. Let's get a sneak preview of what happens. Crazy to see Phoenix talk to his family. It's adorable. We're just gonna get a sneak preview of what the hell happens. When's the sequel? Shh! Right now. Where? Oh? No!
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
Her father died.
I've no doubt that
dad
at this
died.
very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
What?
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
What? Oh my god. Are we looking at the whole... I think we're looking at the events.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer. So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
She was in the first case of the first game. Wait, are we queen? Are we queen? Oh my god, that's pretty! Oh, it was Cosmos great. Nice dad. Oh, okay, cool. I thought that was the dad. What? Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous. Where's Susato? That is Queen. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, thank God. Okay, so that was Kazuma. Thank Christ. Okay, that's fine. I was already okay with one heartbreak, not for another one. Well, stopping there! Yes, good morning, sir. Wait a minute! I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, and those white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Yo, Queen Game Attempt! Yes! Ha ha ha! Yes! Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish I had never been born. Goodness, nah, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yujin Mikotoba, Professor of Medicine at the Imperial University, a man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me?
Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, what's your question? Because right now it has nothing to do with the first game. We're moving on! Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Are we, is this the Maya lawyer mode that we've been waiting for? Are we are we now the female the lawyer now? This is great. Girl pretty. Rei Menbami, born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. She okay, but she's not Susato. And sadly, but Queen! She's a defendant in today's trial. And then, yeah, no, Dark Arrow. Shh, there is no questions. What happened with the guy? That's the first game. First game. We're not worried about that now. We're here now. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? We are the same as you, buddy! Yeah, we're honestly just as confused. Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, well, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? Well, when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. What do you mean, Professor Mikotaba? Even if your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little released, as you say, Father. Father? Wait! What are you dressing up as? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm sorry, I didn't say something sooner. No, what are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity form, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student. Wait, what? You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University, a male student. Oh, am I dressing up as Ryuhodo? Naruhodo? I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense. I am dressed as a boy! My defense? Never before in my life I ever felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom, despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female, alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you go to such lengths for me? Of course, you've been my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be a lawyer that you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Rei. It's so strange though, I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant. She a king now! Already. And yet, just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Rei? Please don't look at me like that. Not with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. Well, you should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. And I'm pleased. I think I'm so. God, I'm so flustered. I think it certainly helped bolster my confidence today. Rei, you're managing to put on a brave face and all this, but I can see through it. I'm gonna cut it as soon as I see her. As soon as I see Susato, that's when I stop. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder? Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I stand by you until the bitter end of this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Alright, it's time. It's time for the reveal. Please, you should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you certainly surpassed your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted in the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way, that's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Huh? Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I don't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? Who is the victim? You should be making a move now too. As you know, law is in my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself stuck in Japan. Back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? Ah, man! Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. I miss you! Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Face reveal, face reveal, face reveal. Come on now. Oh! I saw a glimpse and she looks amazing. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membani. Who cares? The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Ow! Ow! Oh my God! Holy! Wow! She looks amazing! King! Absolute king! Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. She has the same motions as Naruhodo! Look at her! Look at her! She's so gorgeous! Ah, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryotaro Naruhodo. He should know. He should recognize the name. Is that correct? Sorry? Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little adventure. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. The guy that defended here before? Well, counsel? Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryotaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Ah. It seems Ryotaro may need to consider how to better uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Oh, just like the first name. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. You're all fools. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be? You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Currently in Britain as part of the study program. And this is his cousin. His cousin! That's right, Ryotaro here has been studying in the provinces but was called to the capital of this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. Ray, you're calling me out right now! I need you to chill. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Oh, please be careful, Ray. Chish, what an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to challenging defending you? His wide, skittish eyes are very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. And I'm standing in his shoes. I'm starting to understand what Naruto-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are won't. Wait, what? Eyes are won't to flit? What? Did you just... Are you having a seizure? Are you okay? The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for the proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown Yoko by the dock. Dear me. I think this is where we're gonna have to stop. This is where we're gonna have to stop. Because we saw the queen. We saw how she moved. She exists. One sec. Let me put on the best music. King. We saw the king. We saw how the king moves. He is looking fantastic. Miss him. No, this song right here. This song right here. It's a beautiful fucking song. For those that have joined, thank you so much for joining. I will be back. I will actually be going to Press Start stream today, and I'm going to be hosting him when he starts. I'm just going to get some food, and we're going to be playing probably some GameCube games and Dreamcast games. I'm going to be back, but not with Judgment. I'm going to be back with Press Start. So, I will see you guys later tonight. Ciao! And thank you so much for the journey. We have finally beat the Great Ace Attorney. See you guys later.